Control opening spot one. Zero point five.
Can I?
145, please.
Wait for the judge to log on. And you'll see if you want to.
Okay. Yeah, last time it took a minute.
You don't have to stay if you don't need to. You got other stuff you got to do. Trust me, I know how it is back there.
The easy women.
Some days they can be.
Oh, yeah, it's ridiculous. Tell them all, this ain't room service.
The opening north doors.
North hall. Go ahead. Cubs, sports, federal, and voting place. And Cubs, sports, federal, and voting place. Yeah, both.
Bow your head for a moment of silence, please. Okay. It's Bullitt County Jail on the line.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all go first. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Javonda Cundiff, 19 CR 00014. Are you Javonda Cundiff?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here today on a motion to bond. Mr. Stockton, what do you have? Ms. Costello, you represent this lady?
Your Honor, I can't tell who it is on the screen.
You could, Javonda Cundiff.
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Ms. Cundiff, can you see your attorney, Ms. Costello there?
No, sir. Yeah, now I can.
Stockton, you want to present?
We don't have an agreement, Your Honor. I don't think Ms. Costello has been able to talk to her.
It says motion to revoke on the docket.
She had missed
Well, I
a
thought
court.
it was a pretrial, but I'll look and see. I think that's an error of the docket.
She had missed a court date in 2019, Your Honor. And she was picked up last month on that warrant.
She's being held on a FTA.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a motion to revoke bond, not a motion to revoke probation. She's never entered a plea.
Your Honor, we've been trying to negotiate this. Miss Cundiff in Bullitt County, so it has been difficult to speak to her.
On a different charge?
On this charge, a charge out of Adair County, and I believe she has a Bullitt County charge.
Okay. Well, what do you suggest?
I would like to set this for one more settlement conference, Your Honor, in order to transport her for the settlement conference, if the court is okay with that.
When is your settlement day in December?
Well, we have a motion day on the 16th. I didn't know if Ms. Costello is available on the 10th at 9 or not.
The 10th?
Yes, I'm available.
Okay, Ms. Cundiff, we'll transport you down Merlin County on December the 10th. And your next court date here is December the 16th, okay?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Bullitt County, thank you for your cooperation.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too. Russell County,
Well,
Russell County, are you on the line? Okay, we'll come back to Russell County. Wayne County, are you on the line? Wayne County. Come back to Wayne County. Barron County. Barron County. Taylor County. Adair County. Okay, let's go to Clinton County. Clinton County,
Yes, sir.
okay. Commonwealth Kentucky. Yes,
Mr. Shuffett represents him, and he had a 9 o'clock juvenile in Clinton County. He was going to join us just as soon as that ended.
okay, we'll have to come back to Clinton County then. Adair County. What is ACRJ? It's the regional jail, okay. Ms. Megan, will you monitor the screen, and if any of these other jails come up, bring up to my attention.
Yeah, I see Wayne County and Dare County are both on.
I don't see Wayne County.
Yeah, they're showing.
Wayne County, will you turn your camera on? You just have like one case or something. Wayne County. I feel like I'm at a state political convention calling the roll of counties here. Okay, there's a Dare, but Wayne County, are you on there? Okay, let's go to Dare County. Y'all turn your microphone on and bring me Tony Beard.
I have them on here in just a moment.
You have somebody else there?
I don't. I was trying to log on to another court for Clinton County at the same time for the two Stubers who have juvenile court.
Okay.
But I have them up here ready in moments. Can you give this to Tony Beard?
Wayne County. Okay, let's just throw one right along here. Clinton County.
We don't have Mr. Shuffett.
That's right. We had, I thought there might be some other things there. Contact the Wayne County jail. Okay. While we're not in contact with anyone that has one case, Mr. Poindexter, you want to come around?
Hey, Kyle, Your Honor.
This is just a final
Wait
pretrial.
just a second. I'll do yours. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus David Powell, 21 CR 0066. We're here for a pretrial conference.
Your Honor, this is a final pretrial conference. We have not reached an agreement.
Okay, we'll see you on the 24th and 25th.
Yes, sir. That's all I have. No big excuse.
You know, yeah, there won't be any pleas accepted after today. You understand that? Okay. Yeah.
I need to move the files back out here.
No, I just took one because we couldn't get any jails on there.
I usually don't complain, but they don't realize
Well,
we do everything we can to accommodate the jails, but I move 60 files back and forth every time trying to accommodate them.
yeah. Wayne County's on there.
We're on here, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Kerry Mitchell Rogers, 20 CR 0014. Motion to revoke pretrial diversion. Adair County, will you turn your camera off just for a minute? Thank you. Mr. Stockton, this is Kerry Mitchell Rogers, 20 CR 0014. Motion to revoke pretrial diversion. What do you have, sir?
Your Honor, she was pretrial verdict on 3-year possession of controlled substance. I offered her drug court at the time because I knew she had a drug problem. She refused. Then she's had 2 positive meth tests since she's been on diversion. And Miss Costello asked me this morning if I would recommend drug court. And reluctantly, I will if the court will go along with it. And if she could stay in jail till she's assessed and oriented.
I spoke to Ms. Rogers, Your Honor, and she has stipulated to these violations. And she would very much like the court to allow her to do drug court.
You gonna make a legitimate effort? Ms. Rogers, can you hear me?
I can now.
There's nobody else in the room there with you. Lower your mask there, just.
Can you hear me?
Ms. Rogers, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can now.
Are you a legitimate effort to try to do the drug court?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'm gonna sign an order. They'll be over to interview you. And will not be credited toward your final serve out. So good luck to you. I hope you can turn things around. Wayne County, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah. We can go back to Adair County. We have any other correctional institutions on the line besides Clinton? Is there something wrong with it? Yeah. Turn the mic back on Adair County.
It is on.
Okay, Commonwealth Kentucky versus Tony Beard. Are you Tony Beard?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you? Okay. Your year of birth, 1969?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You're here today for a pretrial conference.
Okay, yes, Your Honor.
Transiano? Is that correct?
No, it's, I draw the blank. My attorney is, Osley out of Somerset. Mr. Osley
Okay.
or Osley.
Head. Gregory Oosley here. Do what? Mr. Wright, are you on? Okay, we'll have to come back to this case. Okay.
Your Honor, I spoke to him yesterday and he said he was coming in person, so he may be on.
Okay. Commonwealth versus James Abbott.
Go ahead and step over here. Yeah, no, you're not. Judge, we're getting them now. We have Mr. Robert Maynard in presence, as we thought maybe you'd want to see him next.
Robert who? You have who?
Robert,
Robert who?
Judge, that's the Adair County Special Judge cases, and they're not scheduled till 10 o'clock with Mr. Wright.
What you need to start with Abbott. Those are special cases that we have from Adair Circuit Court.
we're on the way to get him.
I think schools got confused in their county cases. Judge. Okay, we're going to the live docket. The jails will stop there. You remain under the same conditions of bond. You'll be back here on December 10th for negotiations and December 16th for your next court date. Comply by the same bond conditions. Commonwealth Kentucky. Mr. Bolton has not been served yet.
It's a pleasure. Is there a more active warrant? Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
Amanda Boyer. Amanda Boyer. What's his schedule?
She was here at the pretrial negotiation day, and we entered paperwork.
And Your Honor, she's appeared several times, so I don't know. I don't know what the problem is, and I apologize to the court. I don't know if she's just running late. But she has appeared several times and at both of our settlement conferences that we've had in this case.
That's good. I'll issue a bench warrant for her, and when we catch her, she can explain why she's not here. Okay. Susan Keene Brown. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Susan Brown, 20 CR 0026. You are Susan Brown,
Yes,
born in 1968.
yes.
No, I moved to dismiss without prejudice. She's done well on another case and water.
You want to come up here? You can come too.
She is currently on supervision on another possession case. This was a possession case. And she's done well, probably better than I've ever had her since I've been in court.
What about this firearm charge?
That was Jonathan Riddle's grandpa.
It was in that.
Court, I don't know who it was, but that's who claimed it, Mr. Graff. So they were there to meth and drug paraphernalia.
Is she going to be a witness in his case?
You know, his case is over with. He took 12 months. He's going to serve out sometime. It's not. Yeah.
No problem.
Thank you.
Commonwealth versus Thomas Robert Brown. Commonwealth versus Thomas Robert Brown. Are you Thomas Robert Brown?
Yes, sir.
What year were you born?
I-
You here today on a motion to revoke probation. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
This was continued the last time because he was going to have surgery or something on his finger.
Judge, he's still got one more surgery on that to save his finger. He's got physical therapy. He has to put this on one more day until after it's been.
Basically, what it was is a 5-year step down off the taking his on probation. He got out in a single car accident, DUI with no insurance. And that's the reason last time I wanted to make sure he wasn't doing his right. At some point in time,
Well, is this these time is that he's getting now? Is it count toward his sentence?
I don't think he's on home incarceration. Or gracious, I'm more.
He was moved to inactive by the courts, and then when he committed to DUI, he moved back to active supervision.
I don't really see any reason why we can't hear a revocation on him. We could release him for medical treatment.
Okay.
So you have the officer here available.
Let me see who it is. We may be able to get him.
And Judge, I would just say if the court, or if the prosecution wants to give him home incarceration, we'd be okay with that as a sanction.
I'm sure you would. How about if I just pat him on the head and let him go out the door? Would you be all right with that?
I think.
Okay, we just want to check the various level of sanctions that are possible here. You know, one of the things that bothers me more than anything else, there are two things that we have people out on pretrial diversion, probation, or whatever, is they drive under the influence or that they have weapons. Those are the two things that someone ought to be able to avoid.
We'll have to say this happened in Barnett.
Could you get, is that charge pending? Could someone see if that charge is pending?
December 2nd is the next one.
We retired on the 16th. We'll do that, or we get special date.
Okay, be back here on December 16th. What are the conditions of the bond now? Look in the file, see what conditions of bond. What kind of conditions do we have on on his probation? As far as where he goes around.
Standard conditions, Your Honor, plus, he's met all his conditions of supervision in terms of what the court directed in the court order. That's why we moved him to inactive previously. Therefore, whenever he got in trouble this time, we moved him back to active supervision so he can be supervised.
Okay, I want him on a curfew.
Yes, sir.
I want a 24-hour curfew, work, church, doctor. So I find out what's going on in this thing. And you're to be back here in court on December the 16th.
Thank you, Judge.
Taylor Chambers. Taylor Chambers. What's the story on Taylor Chambers? Up there. Commonwealth versus Taylor Chambers, 21 CR 00142. Are you Taylor Chambers?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you afford an attorney?
No.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the Office of Public Advocacy to represent you. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with theft by unlawful taking or disposition over $10,000, a Class C felony. Do you understand that charge, Mr. Bailiff? Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea if not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
It would appear she has a co-defendant charged with the same thing. You'll have to interview them. If you have a conflict, you need to have conflict counsel here on December the 10th and 16th. Ma'am, you have a co-defendant in this case. Not be four of them. Okay, well, we know we're gonna have to have that. Okay. So you need to give the information to your attorney here, and we'll have to take a look. Mr. Stockton, this could be a little complicated with four defendants.
It will be with CPA, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we'll go back down through, but you be here on December the 10th for negotiations and December 16th. And Ms. Costello, at the end of the docket today, we'll discuss with you the four potential things and how quickly y'all can have somebody appointed. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just for the record, interplea, I'm not guilty and acknowledge, right?
Oh, yeah. You acknowledge and reserve all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Keisha Crawford. She also charged in this case?
No, not. She has a co-defendant of this conference.
Okay.
Yeah, there's actually.
Alfred Cresilius. Warrant out for Mr. Cresilius. He has not been served. Derek Fox. Commonwealth versus Derek Fox, 21 CR 00123. Are you Derek Fox?
Yes, Your Honor.
Born in 1976.
Yes, sir.
We're here for a pretrial conference. What do you have to say?
Your Honor, we've reached an agreement with the Commonwealth. We were gonna need a moment on getting the paperwork together. And, but we're prepared to enter that today.
Okay, well, we'll pass over this and then when the paperwork gets ready, we'll come back. Okay.
Thank you.
Brandy Lorraine Franklin. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Brandy Lorraine Franklin, 21 CR 00119. Are you Brandy Lorraine Franklin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Born in 1983. Last four digits of social security number 0412.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. River pretrial conference.
Your Honor, Ms. Franklin had COVID. She had just gotten over that. And then with the other situation earlier this week, I hadn't had a chance to talk to her, I believe. I worked out with Commonwealth. We're willing to do another.
Y'all available on the 10th? Not
Be here, Ms. Franklin, on the December 10th for negotiation and December 16th for your next court date, okay?
Your Honor, if it pleases the court, I've only got two more that's in jail that we've agreed to pass them. I haven't got an opportunity to speak with them. If the court would.
Are they in Adair County Jail or what?
One's in Taylor County, one's in Adair County. Louis Arms is in Adair County and Taylor Hurts in Taylor County.
Are you saying you want to leave? Is that what you're telling me? For the jail.
You're not.
Yes.
Accept the new case on this.
Yes. We got. Franklin, you can leave.
That would be what I'd ask, Your Honor. I talked to Mr. Stockton earlier. I don't think he has an objection to that.
When I call those cases, just remind me. You're saying you don't want to hang around here all morning. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, sir.
That'd be good.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good
Be
day.
careful. See you. Angela Guerrera.
She's actually on drug court, goes in, they're just waiting to start supervising when she's out of COVID, so we don't have to have her on.
Okay. She was accepted in the drug court according to the end. We're waiting for Kevin Dale Haddix.
Morning, Your Honor.
Hello. What do you have, Mr.? Are you Kevin Dale Haddix?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Cross sent me some medical records. I tried to authenticate them with the drugstore in Lincoln County. They didn't respond to me, so I'll send them a subpoena. They'll be here next month. Tell me whether they're authentic or not.
And
December the 16th.
Unless they want to make arrangements before that.
Where are we generally in the case?
Well, he has a pending DUI where he had marijuana in his system. He told the officer at the time that he had Suboxone in his system. He didn't. When we got the drug test back, it was the Delta-9 marijuana. He also got a half a oxycodone pill on him. But Mr. Cross has furnished me a prescription for oxycodone. And that's what I'm trying to verify. So we've either got a possession case or just a DUI case.
which would go to district court if it's just a simple DUI.
So that's what we are. The motion to revoke pending. I've got all the records.
What I'm going to do is if y'all can do an agreed order on the prescription if you want to, and include in the agreed order the remand, because there's nothing to attach it to if you don't have it, okay? Okay. So be fine.
Go with the plan.
Your Honor, I was a little confused about your jail docket. I've got one in the there.
I'm confused about it too.
Well, perhaps we should inquire.
Well, maybe you could call up there and have more influence with them than I do.
Well, I've got-
Until then, I'm going
I've
down
got the
through this
director's cell
docket here.
number if I can, if you want me
Well,
to.
you know,
Uh,
but I can't get them going, and I'm going through this docket right here.
I
right now.
understand.
Okay. Thank
May
you.
I inquire, I've got a couple of other matters that we're not going to do anything on today. And I've got another sentencing that Mr. Hurt's going to stand in for me. I'm trying to
We'll
be.
let Mr. Hurt stand in on whatever he wants to.
Yeah.
Are you willing to stand in, Mr. Hurt?
I suppose.
Then you can be on your way rejoicing.
Well, no, I've still got Mr. Bricker. Joseph Arms, Mr. Stockton owes me some discovery, so we can't do a motion today. Is that correct, Mr. Stockton?
That's correct, Your Honor. If we could pass it on the next month, I've got a lot of discovery to give Mr. Cross on that before we get to the I don't think either co-defendants have joined in your motion. I think it's.
Nobody ever sent me anything.
You're on a suppression docket now. I'm sure everybody's on the suppression docket. It's Mr. Cross's client, so we can just go over to the suppression docket. You want to pass over Mr. Arms?
We'll do it the 16th. That's okay.
December 16th. Is Mr. Arms here?
He is, Mr. Arms. He's here, Your Honor.
Come back the 16th of December.
16th, wait for me outside.
Is Jared Nars yours?
No, he's not. But if I may.
Let's
volunteer-
pass over. We're gonna pass over it. What else you want, Mr. Cross? What do I have to do to get my docket going again?
Andy Anderson.
Here, just take all this here. You just go
I don't
down
want
through
them
here and
all,
pick what
but they
you
won't all
want. Maybe
pay,
I can
Robert.
get
I
my
don't know
court
if that's
docket
okay.
going again. All right, okay.
Andy Anderson is on, but we're waiting on you to rule. So.
Thank you.
I've got 15 days. to
Yeah.
reply.
Okay.
She's
thank you.
outside in quarantine, so. Okay. So I will.
Have
call-
you ever thought about quarantine?
Robert,
It would protect the rest of us from you for a few days if you were going to quarantine.
days where I can stay away from you for, and all other courts for 14 days.
Yeah, that would be good for everybody. Okay, thank you. Commonwealth Kentucky for Marie Hagan. Are you Marie Hagan?
Yes, sir.
This is 21 CR 0091. We're here for a pretrial conference.
No, we're closed on this case. We said it.
Be here on December the 10th for negotiation and back in court on December the 16th.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Brandon Hall. Brandon Hall. Has not been served, Mr. Stockton. Okay,
Yeah, he was trying.
there are two cases, 21 CR 00116 and 21 CR 0026. And 21 CR 0054. Tia Hancock. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Tia Hancock, 21 CR 00125. Are you Tia Hancock?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1992?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do we got here?
Yeah, this is a possession case. Ms. Hancock just started drug court here on another possession case. I'm just like.
Continue it generally subject to redocketing. Okay, so you got a lot dependent upon your successful completion of drug court. This one might go away, is what I'm kind of hearing something. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, work hard. Commonwealth versus Dallas Hayes. Who's that from? Who is that from the positive test? Was it not in the jail? Mr. Hayes has presented a positive test. Who is his attorney? So I'm for arraignment.
What's his bond? He's always been a frequent flyer in the court system.
He had DPA in district court. Dallas Hayes.
I know I didn't know. I've always had frequent CIC court, so I didn't know.
So he made his district court bond. Put him down for December 16th. What kind of bond do I have to set on this? Okay. Mr. Stockton, stay away from Mr. Stockton while we're trying to conduct business, okay? Just move away from him.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to change the bond on him. There's something that doesn't feel good about this. So I'm gonna make it a $15,000 cash for sure. His attorney's here. And if he gets picked up, if the two of y'all want.
You said 15,000 cash or
Cash, yeah. Commonwealth versus Dustin Hayes. Are you Dustin Hayes? 21 CR 000. Your day for arraignment. I'm reappointing Office of Public Advocacy. The grand jury of Cumberland County is first degree. Do you understand that charge? Mr. Bailiff? Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pre-trial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll be here on December 10th for negotiation, December 16th. Your next trial date. Billy Joe. Billy Joe Isbell has. Stockton. Okay, Christian Jones. Commerce CR 0068. Are you Christian Jones? Here for pre-trial conference.
Yes, Your Honor. We have an agreement. I just missed a signature, so I'm having it sign that right now.
Megan, will you bring those plea papers out? Oh, here they are. I found them. They're mine. They're mine. Motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter guilty plea to influence, drugs, or alcohol. Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0068?
Yes, sir.
Is your judge had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney and you feel like you're fully informed? Realize you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Not testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter, higher court if you lose, your right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty. You understand by entering a guilty plea. Now, this is a felony plea, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
I understand by giving, entering a plea, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I do not have to accept it. Prior to accepting your recommendation, I'll order a pre-sentence investigation for done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, to decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth's offer to Christian Jones on a plea of guilty theft by unlawful taking over 500. Defendant would receive 5 years probated for 5. Probation supervised. The defendant will pay restitution in the amount of $2,100 jointly and severally with co-defendant Jimmy Webb at the rate of $100 per month. The first payment due days from the end plea, due on the 15th of each month until paid in full. The defendant would pay costs at your discretion and obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
We have just a minute, Your Honor, I apologize.
I wouldn't expect that the first plea we got went well today, so. We will come back to this case later.
Yeah, there's some complications.
Commonwealth versus Aaron Melton. 21 CR 00111. Are you Aaron Melton?
Yes, sir.
Here, David. While they're still up there. Miss Milton, what are the last 4 digits of your social security number? Okay, if you're here today for the purpose of sentencing, you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You've seen the pre-sentence investigation board done by probation and parole. Is there any reason why she should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
On plea of guilty of possession of controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years, supervised. Now, she shall enter and complete the specialty court. Has she been voted on yet?
They are still discussing her in drug court. Your Honor, Mr. Stockton would like for her to be on probation until the drug court makes a decision.
That's correct, Your Honor. If we just go ahead and sentence her, we'll do a drug court.
65, do you need some time?
Yes, sir.
Let's pay $30 a month, starting 30 days from today, okay? We're gonna go ahead and put you on probation, but the probation could be going to drug court. The terms of it changed at least, okay? Okay, you need to keep in contact with the drug court people, okay? Rodney Miller. Versus Rodney L. Miller, 21 CR 0097. Are you Rodney Miller?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Your Honor, we had the mediation earlier this week. They tendered an offer and my client is working on getting some evidence so that way we can prepare a counter offer. That was the first mediation conference we've had in this case. So we would request that once he gets that we attend the mediation conference in December and then have a pretrial.
I'll be there for some time. We can resolve on the 10th, we'll call it on the 16th.
He'll be back here for negotiation, Mr. Miller, on the 10th. And on the 16th, you'll come prepared to enter a plea or set a trial date, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have. Maybe excused.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Have a good day.
Commonwealth versus Noah Neal.
Hey, Your Honor, there's one of the situations with Mr. Miller we need to address. Mr. Smith just told me last night, so I had to file the motion, that he's on home incarceration, but he's not paying the fees. So if he's not gonna pay his fees, he just needs to go to jail.
Well, Your Honor, I've broken my foot and I was paid up. I'm only 2 weeks behind, I think. But my mother reached
He
out
says you're 5 weeks behind.
5 weeks.
5 weeks.
Can I speak?
Sure.
He made one payment when I hooked him up. Did make another payment with credit card and he canceled it. And I've not gotten anything from him since.
You're in the
He
custody of
was here
jail.
Monday.
Well,
You're in the custody of jailer.
I can have it paid within 20 minutes.
Okay.
Can,
Can you be given an opportunity to pay that, Your Honor?
Come.
Okay.
He wants to come up.
We don't know what Neal on that. Commonwealth versus Noah Neal. Commonwealth versus Noah Neal, 21 CR 00143. You are Noah Neal?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're represented by the Office of Public Advocacy. He is a co-defendant with the two ladies previous. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. If you have any questions about it, you can step back and ask your attorney here. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with theft, unlawful taking, or disposition over $10,000. Do you understand that charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity? You approach here. You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading, arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, this will be one of the four individuals that you'll have to check on as far as conflict is concerned. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order. That's information that your attorney has received to help prepare for the case. It could be that you have a conflict with the other defendants charged in this case. If that's so, they'll find you another lawyer and you'll be here on the 10th of December for negotiation and on the 16th of December to enter a plea.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Tanya Rudeau. She's here. Tanya. Okay, you need to take Tanya into custody and process her, and then we'll bring her back up here today, okay? After I take a look at it, okay? Need to serve her with her warrant. Hannah Scott. Ms. Scott, you're here for arraignment. Are you Hannah B. Scott?
Yeah.
This is 21 CR 00140. What's your year of birth?
6/22/94.
Your year is 1994. Then what are the last four digits of your social security number?
1267.
Okay. You have an attorney?
No.
It's always good to have an attorney when you come to court, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why don't you have an attorney?
I haven't contacted anyone yet. I thought Smith Priscilla was mine before my other bond.
Look like you had DPA. Yeah, I'll continue that appointment.
I can't recognize anybody with the mask.
Yeah, the grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with burglary in the second degree and assault in the first degree.
Yeah.
You understand those charges?
Yeah.
Costello, you want to come up? You acknowledge the identity of your client, receipt, indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Be here on December the 10th for a negotiation and December 16th for pretrial. Karen Michelle Spears. Karen Michelle Spears, what's the story? Issue a bench warrant. Justin Sutherland. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Dustin Sutherland, 21 CR 0035. Are you Dustin Sutherland?
Yes, Your Honor.
Plea agreement, Your Honor. That I don't foresee any problems with.
Okay, is this a felony plea or a pretrial version?
Felony plea, Your Honor.
Motion's been tendered, sir, that says you wish to enter a plea. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
You the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0035.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is your judgment impaired today?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and do you feel like you're fully informed about your case, and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea of guilty, I need to know that you fully understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, your right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, and the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose. You have the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering a plea of guilty today, you give up all those rights.
Yes,
I
Your
may
Honor.
consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept any recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will wait the pre-sentence investigation report to be done to probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty, proceed to trial. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation? Move to the left here.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth's offered of Mr. Sutherland, if he will plead guilty to trafficking controlled substance first degree, would offer a sentence of 5 years probated for 5 supervised. Defendant will be referred to the social services clinician, receive credit for time served. The defendant will pay cost at your discretion, and probation will be supervised until all restitution and fines and costs were paid. He would obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service, and all paraphernalia would be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
Knowing your constitutional rights, is it still your desire to give up these rights, enter a guilty plea, and allow me to fix the punishment provided by law?
Yes.
You understand if entering a guilty plea today, any future convictions that you might have could be enhanced as far as your own penalty.
Yes, Your
Is
Honor.
that your signature on the offer?
Yes.
Yeah, I will accept the agreement subject to review of pre-sentence investigation, take to schedule a hearing, a sentencing on December the 16th.
Your Honor, I did want to explain, he signed on the lower line on the offer page. He is acknowledging that's his signature. So I signed next to it, just to, we have both signed it. It's just in a different spot.
Mr. Wright, are your cases ready?
I hope so. I think so. 2 of them are.
If Mr. Stockton will defer to you for just a second. Okay.
The one that I think should be the closest to ready is Robert Maynard, which is on for final sentencing. He's in the Adair County Jail. I see Mr. Hoover on the Zoom.
Might have to go turn me there, can you guys?
Where is that?
there's one correction to the PSI when we
Wait
get
a second.
to that
Wait
point.
just a second.
Yes.
We haven't had any luck with the jails today, so. Who is he now?
Robert Maynard.
Okay, Commonwealth Kentucky versus Adair County Jail. We need Robert Maynard. Robert Maynard.
He's here.
Can you turn your camera on, please?
Yeah, I can. It's saying that you stopped.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Robert J. Maynard. Adair Circuit Court, 21 CR 0024. Are you Robert J. Maynard? Are you Robert J. Maynard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Hoover, is there any reason that this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
None that I know of, Your Honor.
Judge, before you start going through the chart, can I make one comment about the offer sheet?
Yes.
Judge, you'll notice in our recommendations for amendments or dismissal, we recommended dismissal of count 2, but below it shows that he's taking 5 years on assault 3rd degree, which is count 2. What the agreement was as is reflected in the bottom part of the offer is that count 1, the strangulation charge, would be dismissed. So where it says count 2 dismiss, it should be count 1 dismiss, which is reflected in the bottom of our recommendation on each count. So the felony that he's pled guilty to, and I think the plea colloquy was on the 3rd degree assault charge. I just want to make sure that it's clear that the count 1, the strangulation, is what's dismissed, not count 2.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. On the plea of guilty, the Commonwealth made the following recommendations. We shall impose a sentence of 5 years on assault in the 3rd degree, 12 months in jail on resisting arrest, 90 days in jail for disorderly conduct in the 2nd degree, minimum fine of $10 in court costs on alcohol intoxication, 12 months in jail on criminal mischief in the 2nd degree, 12 months in jail on terroristic threatening in the 2nd degree, all to be served concurrently for a total of 5 years. Now, what would court costs here on that be? Just on a felony?
Normal court costs is 140, but that's like the rest fees and stuff like that.
Well, I will enter an order. I don't have that information in front of me as far as what the court cost is up there. So I'm just going to impose a court cost of $200. And will you need some time to pay that when you get out, sir?
Yeah, a week or two.
Well, I'm gonna give you, I'll just let you pay it. You can pay it all at once if you want to, or you can pay it $50 a month. First payment being done 30 days after you're released from jail. Okay? Thank you very much. Now, the other case that you have up there.
Your Honor, may I be excused, please?
Yes, have a great day.
Thank you, Judge. You too.
Commonwealth Kentucky versus Tony A. Beard. Tony Beard.
So have you received the appointment on his case 18 CR 253?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Judge Murphy entered an order of recusal sometime after our appearance there November the 9th. Now, Yeah, that's Mr. Beard on the screen. His attorney has been Greg Oosley. I haven't heard from Mr. Oosley since November the 9th.
I sent him a Zoom link to the same
Mr.
address.
Oosley, are you online? Well, I'll reschedule this case for, what are these charges look like? Wanton endangerment, 2 counts, menacing and convicted felon.
And Judge, I tell you, I think the main thing that Mr. Oosley likely will want to address may be bond, but he has another case, 20 CR 136, that has a trial date of January 18th. Judge Murphy did not recuse in that case. There was no conflict in that.
I'm gonna set him to reappear here on December the 16th.
Yes, Your Honor. Could I address the court, please?
Well, you don't have an attorney, so you don't need to talk about the facts of the case.
I
so
was
I'm gonna-
wondering about
Go ahead. Well, your attorney is not here, and what I'm going to do is send a show cause to Mr. Oosley to see why he should not be held in contempt for not appearing, and then that should get him to contact Mr. Wright, and they can talk about your bond with the two of them, and I'll get them on the phone and address it if they reach an agreement. If not, you'll be back here on December the 16th, and I understand you're being held in Adair County on something else for trial, maybe. Okay, thank you very much.
Judge, that'll be at 10, of course, Central Time. Is that what time you want to have that?
Well, I mean, I don't
Whatever
see why
time.
you should be any different than anybody else. Just come when you want to. That's what everybody else is doing today. So, okay. If you'll have a time certain, it'll be easier on the jail. Okay, thank you.
Easier on me.
Okay, do you have any other cases here?
I do, Judge. I also have Commonwealth versus James Boyd, and you had scheduled us to meet here today on a settlement conference on that. I just need a little bit of time with Ms. Costello, and then we could take that case up if that's
It'll be
okay.
fine. Yeah, I'll go back to the docket here. We did Tanya Rideau, didn't we?
I'll finish with her though.
Yeah. Jacob Voorhees.
Mr. Cross's case on for sentencing.
Commonwealth
Wrong.
versus Jacob Voorhees,
Oh, for a
16
plea.
CR 0077, 17 CR 0029, 20 CR 0005. Are you Jacob Voorhees?
Yes, sir.
You're born in 1991.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits of social security number 5782.
Yes, sir.
Could you, this is sentencing.
It's not a sentence.
Is this a plea agreement, rather? I'm sorry, I think they reached a resolution, not a sentencing.
Okay.
Yes, it's an inner plea.
Okay. Motion to enter.
A motion has been tendered by Mr. Cross that says you wish to enter a plea. Mr. Hurt's standing in for him. Is that okay with you?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in the indictments that I read earlier?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this charge with your attorney, and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you, and you feel like you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea of guilty, I need to know that you fully understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court. If you lose, you have a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the guilty charge against you. Understand by entering a guilty plea, you give up all those rights. Now, consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I'll wait a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea, proceed to trial. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, on this case.
Y'all want to move to the left, Mr. Hervey?
He would plead guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree. He'd receive a 3-year sentence, probated for 5 years. Probation be supervised. He'd be assessed by the Social Service Commission, follow all recommendations of court. The Commonwealth not proceed with revocation on 17 CR 29. And if he's able to, he'll maintain gainful employment. I would like to address the revocation sentence, Your Honor. He probably would need to have an order entered in lieu of revocation. Remember, Mr. Voorhees was the one that was in jail in Dare County and he was diagnosed with the condition, MS, I believe it was. So, yes. So I would ask that he stay on the same bond conditions since I think he's on a curfew. So I'd ask him to do that.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty and for no other reason?
Yes, sir.
Now, is that your signature on the offer?
Yes, sir.
We'll order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. Realize that by entering this plea, you become a convicted felon, and any future convictions you might have that could be used against you to increase your sentence under persistent felony offender law. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
I'll order a pre-sentence investigation report. You'll be back here on December 16th for your sentencing. You have that curfew requirement too. You understand that? You talk to probation and parole over here.
Thank you.
Shannon Walters. Mr. Walters is in Tampa, Florida, being held under a warrant. So you'll need to check and see if. Okay. Jimmy Webb.
Okay.
Jimmy Webb. Commonwealth versus Jimmy Webb, 21 CR 0067.
Your Honor, this is Mr. Webb. We're going over paperwork.
Jimmy Webb, are you still need some time to go over paperwork, do you?
We just need a little time, Your Honor.
Okay.
Pass.
Andrew Weiss.
Thank
you. Andrew Gene Weiss. Are you Andrew Weiss? You need to speak up a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Born in 1998. Get your last 4 digits, social security number 9922.
Yes, sir.
Who's your attorney?
Samantha Costello.
We had a DPA. We'll need to get her back out here. It's Costello. Ms. Costello, this is Andrew Weiss. He had DPA in district court. He's here today for the purpose of arraignment. Weiss, you have the right to remain silent. If you have any questions, you need to step away from the podium. Pull your mask up over your nose. So if you need to step away from the podium and ask your attorney. Grand jury of Cumberland County has charged you with trafficking, controlled substance first degree, possession of controlled substance in the first degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, driving on suspended operator's license, possession of controlled substance not in its original container. You understand those charges? I'll hand that to them. You acknowledge, receive indictment, waive formal reading arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order here, Ms. Weiss, that your attorney's getting information to help prepare for your defense. You need to be here on December the 10th for negotiation and December the 16th for your next court date for a plea, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, according to pretrial, Mr. Watts has a district court warrant.
You need to go with him. There's a district court warrant out for you.
Failure to pay, they said. I don't know.
It's district court. We don't know.
It's
anything
not
about
our
it.
court.
Commonwealth versus Carol White. Commonwealth versus Carol White, 21 CR 00132. Are you Carol White?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. What's your year of birth?
72,
Okay, what are the last four digits in your social security?
0768.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Do you have an attorney?
No, sir.
Can you afford an attorney?
No.
Yeah, I'm on point the Office of Public Advocacy. You're here for arraignment. You have a right to remain silent, as I told you previously. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of a controlled substance in the first degree, possession of controlled substance in the second degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, failure to signal. You have a bailiff back there. Come up here, bailiff, and help us out a little bit. Present that to her, and then you retrieve that order. So I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order where they're presenting proof for your attorney to help you prepare for your case. You'll be back here on December the 10th, negotiation, and December 16th for your next court appearance to enter a plea or set trial, okay?
And entering pleas of not guilty today, Your Honor.
I already
Yes,
asked you all
yes,
that.
it's been a day, I'm sorry.
Amanda Wood. Amanda Wood. Commonwealth versus Amanda Wood. 21 CR 00102. Are you Amanda Wood? Last four digits, your social security number. 9747.
9749.
Okay, we have that incorrect. That probably needs to be, see if it's a typo. You're on a pretrial conference. What do you have?
We have an agreement, Your Honor, for a diversion.
Okay. Motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily entered?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 00102?
Yes, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given, did you say?
Yes, sir.
Now, is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? You feel like you're fully advised?
Yes, sir.
Have you read the evidence the Commonwealth has against you?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea.
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. The right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. The right to call the Commonwealth to be on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge by entering a plea today. You give up those rights. And I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but it may apply any range of sentence that I belong to. Then I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence. You have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No, sir.
Do you have any felony convictions in the last 10 years, or are you currently on probation?
No, sir.
You understand that if you completely complete the diversion, the charges will be dismissed, pretrial diverted, and you can have it expunged. However, if you do not complete the diversion, you will be brought back before the court and the scheduling sentence and schedule a sense of persistent, pre-sentence investigation report will be ordered. Now, what's the recommendation of the Commonwealth? You want to move to your left, man?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth's offer to Ms. Wood was on a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree, a 3-year sentence diverted for 5 years supervised. On the DUI, it would be a $200 fine and costs. On the failure to maintain insurance, it'd be a $500 fine and cost. The defendant would be referred to the social service clinician and follow recommendations, receive credit for time served, maintain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week community service, and all contraband destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Now, you realize that on the DUI plea, that stays on your record, and the law is now at least 10 years, but they can change the law, which they've done previously. You understand that? They can be enhanced if you have another DUI.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you understand that if you get revoked and you're sentenced as a felon, that can come back on you there and enhance penalties on another felon. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you entering a plea guilty because you are guilty and for no other reason?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature on the offer?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept the agreement and the diversion. And what are the total costs?
This one's $1,370.
$1,370. You need some time to pay that?
Yes, sir.
Can you pay $70 a month?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna go make your first payment due 30 days from today.
Okay.
Pay $70 a month, okay? I'm signing the order now, granting it. You'll need to meet with the probation and parole officer. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Austin Wade. Austin Wade. So diversion completion, is that right? Okay. Sign the order that was submitted. And James Dale Boyd. That's a Dare County case.
We were still discussing that, Your Honor. He's in the room.
Is that, Mr. Wright have that case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright still here?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You're still going over the case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, that's one time through this docket. Now, we have other people sitting back there.
Rick usually has messaged me that he's in the Zoom meeting room. I want to know if you're going to be taking up Mr. Beard's case. But I don't see him.
I sent him, he may have an old link, but I sent him a new link yesterday at about 3:30.
Take it off the dock.
So just continue again.
Yeah.
Get him on your phone and we'll put him on the speaker. What did we do? Put it off?
We haven't done it.
Had a show cause and we reschedule it.
16 hours. Not that I remember back and forth. Did y'all finish Gary Rogers? Is there evidence on one?
I think Megan sent you a message yesterday.
Yeah. He's the only one I think we did. Probably about 27, 26, 27. He don't want to cooperate, though.
He didn't want to talk.
He's scared.
Yes.
I don't know if that's it.
He just don't want to cooperate.
It was the same email that I sent it to Mr. Hoover and he got it.
Now, do we have any of the jails on now?
I wouldn't go ahead and use that once because all they're gonna do is protect those.
What, you Is that Mr. Cross's case in Clinton County Jail? Clinton County Jail,
Is Mr. Shepherd on there?
Yes, sir.
Robert Lee Smith. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Robert Lee Smith. This is Clinton Circuit Court. Clinton Circuit Court, 21 CR 0072. Are you Robert Lee Smith?
Yes, sir.
And you're represented by Mr. Shuffett. Mr. Shuffett, you're there on the line.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there was a motion to be heard here. Is that correct?
Yes, we have a guilty plea for the court to consider.
Mr. Smith, were you born in 1972?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 3749.
I'll go back and talk
A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
Sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in Clinton Circuit Court indictment number 21 CR 0072?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
Oh, sir.
If we discuss this matter with your attorney, you feel like you're fully informed about the case?
Yep.
Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a guilty plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything right to speedy trial by jury, to be represented by counsel at the jury trial, to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, to produce evidence, to call witnesses in your favor, to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of the charges against you. You understand that by entering a plea today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation that I may accept, but I may apply any range of sentences that is provided by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting a recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence investigation report from probation and parole. If I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, I'll inform you of that and proceed to trial. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, Mr. Smith would plead to the amended charge of possession of controlled substance, receive a 3-year sentence.
Probably need to get behind the mic.
Okay. He would also plead guilty to possession of a firearm, convicted felon. He would receive a 5-year sentence. They would run consecutively for a total of 8 years. Commonwealth would be opposed to probation and shock probation. He would also pay court costs at the discretion of the court.
What's the court costs?
$150, $155.
$155 court costs. Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
You know your constitutional rights is still your desire to give up those rights and allow the court to enter a sentence as provided by law?
Yes, sir.
You understand that by entering this guilty plea, future convictions could be enhanced as far as range of penalty.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will accept the agreement, order of pre-sentence. Is he a state prisoner? Okay, well, I'll order a pre-sentence investigation report and schedule a sentencing on December the 16th. Thank you. Do it on December, we'll do it on December the 13th in Clinton County instead of here, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah. What was the case that Mr. Ousley was in?
Tony Beard.
Commonwealth versus Tony Beard. Mr. Ousley, you want to turn your microphone on?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, your client has already been called and you weren't here. So I don't know why you weren't here, but was there some confusion on your part?
Yes, Your Honor. I was on Zoom for the Dare County. I apologize.
Well, we sent you an invitation to the Zoom meeting here, you know, but I guess you didn't get it. So I'll withdraw the contempt letter. What did we do on that?
Judge, you had indicated putting it over to December
16th.
I believe that's right.
Is there negotiation on this one, or have there been any negotiations?
There have been some negotiations, Judge. We've worked on trying to come up with a solution, but we've not gotten anything that's agreeable to
Yeah, I
everybody.
usually set a negotiation day here, but that doesn't make sense with you being located in Adair County or Casey County, Adair County, and Mr. Ousley being in Somerset. So I'll order you to do a negotiation day, and when you come back here on December the 16th, you need to be here, Mr. Ousley, okay?
Yes, sir.
December 16th, and if you want this gentleman transported down here, we can do that.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You may be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
You have anything else?
Mr. Boyd, I'm talking with Samantha about.
Okay, I guess we can, do we have anybody else back in the courtroom there that his case has not been called yet? Yeah, what's your name?
I thought we practiced December 16th.
That was one of the Mr. Cross co-defendants with Mr. Cross's.
Be back here on December the 16th. Yeah, okay, is there somebody else? Stand up and say your name.
You called her case and she wasn't.
Right after you called her this morning, she had contacted my office to say that she was running late. Her ride was late.
What is her last name?
Boyer?
With a B?
Yeah.
What's the deal here?
We have an agreement, Your Honor.
Withdraw the Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Amanda Boyer, 21 CR 00121. Are you Amanda Boyer?
Yes, sir.
What are the last four digits of your social security?
1590.
Now, is this a felony plea or
Felony plea, Your Honor.
a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment 21 CR 00121?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you discussed these charges with your attorney?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and the United States Constitution. You have
Yes,
a
sir.
right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel to jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to all witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, right to apply the common prove on reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Understand by entering a plea today, give up those rights. Now, I may consider Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept any recommendation. Prior to accepting your recommendation, I will work on the sentence investigation for probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, I will inform you and you can withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
One moment, Your Honor, we're printing off our, we got here.
Will you move to the left there?
Commonwealth's offer, Ms. Boyer, is on a plea of trafficking and controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine, a sentence of 7.5 years to serve. On a plea of the operating motor vehicle under the influence, second offense, it would be a $300 fine and costs. Once the defendant serves 180 days in jail, the Commonwealth will agree to shop probation on the condition the defendant enter and complete the Cumberland Specialty Program. The defendant would forfeit the 2010 Kia Forte car, the VIN number. You may read the entire VIN number off. and to the Cumberland County Sheriff's Department. Defendant will receive credit for time served and pay costs at your discretion. Once the defendant is out of custody, she would maintain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week community service, and all contraband would be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to, young lady?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone, including your attorney, offered you anything other than this plea agreement to enter a plea?
No.
You're entering this plea because you are guilty and for no other reason?
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights, is it still your desire to give them up and allow this court to sentence you within the range permitted by law?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you realize that by entering a guilty plea on this DUI, that'll stay on your record for 10 years. It can be enhanced if good enough. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, you also understand that this felony plea that you had, it'll stay on your record. And if you have another felony, it can be used to enhance the sentence. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now she has days to serve. Is that right? Okay, I will accept the plea. What are the court costs? $945. The court costs are and fines are $945. I'll let you pay that at $60 a month when you get out, 30 days after you get out. Okay. So you are in the custody of the jailer. Guess we'll need to have a pre-sentence investigation court and censure on December the 16th. Do what?
We're ready now, Mr. Jones.
Okay. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Christian Jones, 21 CR 00068. Are you Christian Jones?
Sorry.
Okay, what's your year of birth?
275.
Okay, I understand that you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
Yes, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0068?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today?
Yes, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? You feel like you're fully informed?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today?
Yes, sir.
You are pleading guilty because you are guilty, right?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. The right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel to jury trial, the right to confront a cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. The right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. The right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you guilty of charge against you. Understand that by entering guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence investigation for probation parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth offers Mr. Jones in a plea of guilty to theft by unlawful taking over 500. Sentence of 5 years probated for 5 supervised. The defendant would pay restitution of $2,100 jointly and severally with co-defendant Jimmy Webb at the rate of $100 per month. First payment due 30 days from today, and continuing to be due the 15th of each month. Defendant will pay costs at your discretion. Obtain gainful employment and do 30 hours per week of community service.
Is that what you agreed to? Go back behind the podium. Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
You understand that by entering this guilty plea, future convictions can be enhanced as far as depending on the felony. Is that your signature on the offer? I'll accept the plea or a pre-sentence investigation report to be done before probation. Was there any additional time to serve in this case? So he can be free on bond and come back here on December 16th, final sentence. You meet with probation parole officer. Do you have any other cases that are ready here in the courtroom?
I guess Mr. Webb.
Jimmy Webb, is he ready? Jimmy Webb. Mr. Stevens, is he back there talking to somebody else?
Maybe tell Mr. Fox.
We'll have them please. I want to move it back to your chair.
If we have any. Like a pull plug. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Jimmy Webb, 21 CR 0067. Are you Jimmy Webb?
Yes.
The last four digits, social security number 8409.
Yes, sir.
Today for pre-trial conference, I understand that you wish to enter a plea, is that correct?
Yes.
This is a felony plea.
Yes.
The motion's been tendered, it says that you wish to enter a plea. Are you currently under the influence of drugs and alcohol?
No.
This is plea free and voluntary. Are you the same person named in this indictment?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with the advice?
Yes.
You know, you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights.
Yes, sir.
You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial with jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, the right to require the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. Now I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I'm not by any range of sense provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation parole. If I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, I will allow you to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation? Y'all move to the left.
The Commonwealth's offer to Mr. Well would be on a plea of guilty to theft by unlawful taking over 500. 2-year sentence, probated for 5 supervised. The 2-year sentence would run consecutive with the Cumberland Circuit Indictment 19 CR 23. The defendant would pay restitution in the amount of $2,100 jointly and severally with co-defendant Christian Jones at the rate of $100 per month. The first payment due within 30 days of today and due on this is due on the same date each month after, but I know on the co-defendant's case, it was the 15th of each month. The defendant would receive credit for time served, pay costs at your discretion, and obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service. Any contraband, if there is any, would be destroyed.
So this is the agreement to come with agrees not to revoke. On
Oh, and
23
that is correct, Your Honor. The Commonwealth's agreeing not to revoke the prior indictment that this runs consecutive to, which is 19 CR 23. Not to revoke based off this.
Is that what you agreed? Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is anybody threatened or forced to coerce you? Is it voluntary? I will. You understand that this plea here could be used to enhance sentences in the future under persistent felony offender law. You understand that? Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got it. Okay. Is that your signature on the motion order?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept the plea, order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation parole. You'll be here on December the 16th for sentencing, okay?
Your Honor, I have a prior set matter in Bell Circuit Court. That may be by.
Why don't you get somebody to stand in for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
There ought to be somebody willing to, even if there was a conflict before this, Mr. Webb will agree for one of the other public advocates or contract attorneys. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, do we have anybody else here that's here in person?
Your Honor, Mr. Fox, but I'm just completing the paperwork. It is.
Go ahead. Do you have anybody else?
I'm ready on Mr. Boyd's case, Your Honor.
Do what?
We are ready on Mr. Boyd's case for Adair County.
James Dale Boyd. Adair Circuit Court, case number 18CR 0068, James Dale Boyd. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus James Dale Boyd. Are you James Dale Boyd?
Yes, Your Honor.
You born in 1965?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last four digits of social security number 9345.
Yes, Your Honor.
I understand that you wish to enter a plea. Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, we don't have an agreement.
I thought you said you did have an agreement.
No, I said we were ready. I'm sorry, Your Honor. We just need a trial date.
What was the offer?
Judge, we've made an offer with an alternative sentence with the balance probated, and the only response we've gotten is we want to trial it. No movement at all.
It's okay.
Your Honor, if any had been offered to
Wait a
me
second,
earlier.
wait a second.
Stop, don't say anything.
Okay, you need to step away and ask her anything you want to ask her. Okay. Now, what days are best for you up in Adair County? I'm looking in February. February 3rd.
So we have a new jury coming in on the 2nd being handled. As of now, I have 3 cases set for trial on the 3rd. I'm agreeable to setting this on the 3rd, or if you want to go out a little farther in February. February the 7th, I have a trial that will likely take 2 or 3 days. We have several witnesses from Colorado, so I'd like to avoid that week at 7th.
I also have trial that week too.
What
No, in
about
Mary.
the 18th?
That would start on a Thursday,
No, it's 18th, February 18th is a Friday,
starting on a Friday.
and finishing on Friday.
We're starting on a Friday. If you want to go, I don't care.
Well, it doesn't take me long. I mean, it's a marijuana case, isn't it?
I don't have anything on the 18th, Your Honor. That's fine
I
with
mean,
me.
how many expert witnesses do you have? One?
Yes. I believe they'll just be one.
Well, I have no aversion to going to the Saturday morning if we have to, you know.
I've done it before once, but I've done it before. Actually, I've been there on a Sunday morning before.
That won't happen with me. So,
When would you, Judge Well,
yeah.
we finished on Sunday morning watching.
He was a
Tim Russert.
Baptist and I'm a Methodist. A little bit more
We
moderate.
watched Tim Russert on Meet the Press while the jury was deliberating.
Yeah, right. That won't happen either.
No, you won't watch Tim Russert.
Do you want a final date for any motions to be filed, Your Honor?
Do you have any motions you're gonna file?
Not that I'm aware of, but I just wanted to make sure I
Well,
met
y'all
any
just-
deadlines.
Y'all, they're not gonna be any pleas. Just be there that day. If you've got any kind of issue that you want, y'all can get together and we can do it that way. We'll start at 8:30.
But it's not up to 22.
On the 18th. Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Friday, February 18th, 8:30. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other in live people here?
Derek Fox case, Judge, I think they're still meeting in the back.
Okay, now, let's pick some jail to go to. I don't know who is available at any jail. Is Russell County Jail on there yet? Okay, Taylor County Jail?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
We have Anthony Gilbert available first.
Okay, thank you. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Anthony Gilbert, 21 CR 0032. Are you Anthony Gilbert?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was she here previously?
Your Honor, I'm just outside the courtroom. Would you like for me to step in?
Yes, I would.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hurt, I need to see you before you leave court today.
Sure.
Ms. Sanziano, you can go in one of those side rooms there, either one of those side rooms back there.
I'm sorry.
Either one of those side rooms right back there. Are you still on, you on your phone? Get back on your phone. Go in the side rooms. You can come, just come on up here. It's going to take too long. Just come on up here. You can see your client online there. This is Commonwealth Kentucky versus Anthony Gilbert, 21 CR 0032. 21 CR 0085. And 21 CR 0086. Also 21 CR 00117. What does the Commonwealth have to say about this?
Your Honor, I made an offer in this case, and if it's not accepted, I need a trial date.
And I've conveyed the offer to Mr. Gilbert. We've discussed it. We made a counteroffer, which was discussed with Mr. Stockton at the negotiation conference. I spoke again with Mr. Gilbert. He would like to convey another counteroffer. And if that is not accepted, then yes, we are at a point where we would have to get a trial date.
What's the trial date?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to say, I didn't fully understand what Ms. Stanziano was talking about. Because she didn't, like, I brought something to her attention about the restitution, and I wasn't 100% for sure what the whole deal was. I really didn't get time to talk to her.
There is an issue, Judge, understandably, because when I spoke with Mr. Stockton about the restitution, we spoke about it briefly because there isn't a set number yet, because he doesn't know yet. And so he's having a little bit of difficulty because I know the number is going to be substantial.
I would be fine with paying restitution, Your Honor, but I didn't 100% understand really the deal that was offered.
His concern is taking a deal and saying yes to something and then, but not knowing an amount, a set amount for restitution
Did
and
you give
leaving
them
that.
out certain on restitution, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, I don't think it matters because I'm not offering an alternative sentence because he's not going to be able to pay this restitution. And he's facing 4 charges with 4 burglaries, and I'm not going to agree for probation where he can get out and pay it. So I don't understand the issue on that. I've offered him 15 years.
What was the amount of restitution?
At 21 CR 117, it's probably in excess of $20,000.
Is there restitution in other cases besides?
There
that?
is, but it's minimal compared to 117. It's probably less than $1,500 in the other 3 cases. So I don't think.
You're saying 22,000 would catch it all, right?
Yeah, if he can get somebody and borrow the money and pay it, that might help him. But otherwise, he's looking a long time in prison. And I'd be honest with the court, even if he pays it, I believe he needs to go to prison based on the number of cases we have here. So I've offered him 15 years to serve with a PFO first. And if he doesn't want to take it, I need to go to trial.
Okay.
And that I think, Judge, because when we spoke, we were thinking there was a possibility, because Mr. Stockton said when he spoke to some of the complaining witnesses, that restitution could possibly be 40 to 50,000, possibly.
Okay, let's go. I'm going to go ahead and assign a trial date. Can you look at March?
Yeah, and I agree with what Ms. Stanziano said. I did tell her that.
And Judge, I guess the only thing that was left for Mr. Gilbert was to determine whether to take the deal without knowing an amount of restitution, or being able to determine was it even plausible that if it was a number that he could even possibly make, as Mr. Stockton said, unless he could borrow it and pay it.
I understand what the deal is.
And I don't know if that's an issue or a possibility. I mean,
It's April.
I mean, it would be a possibility to make a good down payment on it, Your Honor, but.
We're just going to set a trial date here.
I have it wide open except for motion days.
Let's go April the 5th.
That's fine with me, Your Honor.
that for the jury trial, Your Honor?
Jury trial.
Okay.
Need to make an election.
Yeah, 21 CR 117.
Is that what you're electing, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it possible, mightn't we request that?
What's the date again?
The 5th of April.
And we'll give it 6 too. Okay.
Your Honor, what I was going to ask is if we might possibly set it for another pretrial conference.
If you have any motions, but
yes, sir.
The Commonwealth has indicated that they're not inclined to take a plea on this thing.
Right. I
That's
just
a number of things. So if you got any pretrial motions,
yes,
you need to set them the rule day before that, which, you know, would be probably February the 25th.
All right.
February 25th is
I think I wrote the wrong date down, Judge. It's the 24th.
February the 24th.
Okay. Your Honor, if just by chance, if it were to work out that we were able to resolve it by your next rule day, maybe we put it on that day.
I've set a trial date.
Okay.
And put a deadline on the 24th. If the Commonwealth comes and tells me they do not want to try this case,
okay,
then I'm inclined to listen to them.
Okay.
You know, because it's their case, it's
Yes,
not my case.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's all I have.
Okay,
Maybe
thank you
excuse Your
very
Honor.
much. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, now do we have Aaliyah Hurt? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we also have Kirk. Landon Kirk. This Commonwealth versus Aaliyah Hurt, 21 CR 00124. Are you Aaliyah Hurt?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here today on a pretrial conference.
Your Honor, this is the case Johnny Bell was involved on, and he asked us to pass that. And if we could set her for December the 10th and the 16th.
December the 10th for negotiation. Your attorney previously was here to represent you. He was called away because of a delay. He's agreed to have a negotiation day on the 10th, and the next court appearance is on December 16th. Both of them are condition of your bond. Are you being held on another case besides this one?
I'm a state inmate, yes.
What you say?
He's a state
State
inmate.
inmate.
State inmate. Okay. Well, he'll be in contact with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Landon Kirk.
Mr. Kirk.
Are you Landon Kirk?
Yes, sir.
It's a 19 CR 0069. Your attorney, Ms. Costello, can see you there. We're here today on a motion for shock probation.
Yes,
Would
Your
you
Honor.
like to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Kirk was revoked, his probation was revoked by this court on May 27th, 2021. Part of the basis of that motion to revoke was a pending charge he had in district court that was a felony charge for intimidating a witness in the legal process, Your Honor. That charge has since been dismissed at the district court. The witness was subpoenaed, given multiple days, and did not pursue it. So we are asking this court to reinstate Mr. Kirk's probation at this time. He has served 304 days on this case, Your Honor, total.
What was the sentence?
It was a 3-year sentence, Your Honor. He has been given a serve out by the parole board, so they declined to parole him.
Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, this is the case, if you recall, when Mr. Kirk's probation was revoked, I had difficulty getting the lady in front of her, and I think she ended up testifying from the car. And she was a reluctant witness, and she did testify, and she corroborated the fact that Mr. Kirk did attempt to intimidate her and try to get her to change her story while that case was pending. And, you know, I can see why it was dismissed, because she didn't want to cooperate then, and she didn't want to cooperate with the county attorney, evidently. But it doesn't change the fact of what Mr. Kirk did. And it's a sad commentary on our society that we have these victims and they don't want to pursue it either because they're afraid or whatever, but it doesn't change what Mr. Kirk did, even though that case wasn't pursued. So if the parole board gave him a serve out, I believe that's what he should do.
I'm going to deny the motion for shock probation. Is that all in Taylor County? Thank y'all for your cooperation, Taylor County.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Now, do we have Russell County on yet? Did someone contact Russell County?
I'm ready on that last one here if you want to take it, guys.
Well, okay, I'll take a run down through. Barron, do we have Barron on yet?
No, and Your Honor, Robert Austin is on the Zoom. He also represents Robert Stevenson, who is being held at Barron County. Barron County didn't get on last time either, and I haven't heard back from them on the plea paperwork that I sent yesterday. I've emailed them 3 times this morning, so I don't know if they plan on getting on.
I've tried contacting them and can't get a hold of anyone.
Okay, well, I'm gonna take these Barron County cases and put them on the next Monroe County rule day. Because they are in contact with us on Monroe County, because Monroe County has a contract with them.
Judge, I might mention my client, Natalie Moore, is at Adair County. We were just there. I didn't know if we were going to call her or not.
Well, we're gonna come back to Adair County.
Okay.
James Buddy Whitlow is the other one in Barron County, Your Honor.
Do what?
James Buddy Whitlow was the other individual in Barron County.
Yeah, I understand
Okay.
that. So we'll take 21 CR 00113 and 21 CR 00126 and 20 CR 0067, which is the Whitlow case. We'll take those over. What is the Monroe County rule date?
The not.
December?
Uh-huh.
December 9th. Those
December
cases
9th.
will put on December 9th, okay? Okay, now we'll need to go back to Adair County. We just left Taylor County. Yes. Let's see.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry, before you want, on the Monroe County day, do I need to be there in person or can I actually be Zoom? I'll do whatever the court wants.
Well, it depends on what you're gonna do.
We'll be in, please, okay?
Okay, you can do it online if you want to. Now, I don't see here's the Adair County thing. We still got several things in Adair County. Okay, let's go back to Adair County now. What's your client's name?
Natalie Moore.
Okay, good. Adair County, are you on the line now? Could we have Natalie Moore, please?
Yes, I'm gonna have to put her on a separate computer. If you'll give me just a moment to get her set up on another location.
Do you have someone you want to do here, Mr. Carter, that's present while we're waiting for Natalie Moore?
Mr. Stevens, your client ready? That's Derek Fox. I think maybe there's an agreement.
Commonwealth versus Derek Fox, 21 CR 00123. Are you Derek Fox?
Yes.
You're here today, and I understand that you wish to enter a plea. What are the last four digits of your social security number?
309.
Is this a felony plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Motion has been tendered that says that you wish to enter a felony plea. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 00123?
Yes.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney?
Yes.
Are you impaired today in any way?
No.
There are certain rights that you have under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. You do not have to enter a plea. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, a right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, a right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, a right to produce evidence, a right to call witnesses in your favor, a right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose. You have a right to require the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of the charges against you. Understand that by entering a plea today, you give up all those rights. Now, I may consider Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept any recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will wait the pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation? I'll move to the left, please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth's offer to Mr. Fox is on the plea of guilty to trafficking controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine. He would receive a sentence of 7.5 years to serve. Once the defendant has served 180 days, the Commonwealth would agree to shock probation on the condition that the defendant be referred to the social services clinician and follow all recommendations. The defendant would agree to forfeit the 2010 Kia Forte involved to the Cumberland County Sheriff's Department. He would receive credit for time served, pay costs at your discretion, and remain on active supervision until all costs and fines are paid. The defendant would obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week community service until employed. And all contraband would be destroyed.
Let him get behind the microphone. Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you in this guilty plea because you are guilty for no other reason?
Yes.
You understand that after any of this, plea, you're already a convicted felon, but you understand that this can be used in addition to any other felonies that you have. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I will order a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. Your sentencing will be.
If I could ask one thing on that, Mr. Fox, and I apologize for interrupting the court, but Mr. Fox does have some dental matters that he was wanting to get taken care of before he goes into jail. Could we possibly do a January date on that?
He's going in jail today.
Our understanding, Your Honor, was
That
that
wasn't what I understood.
he would, at sentencing.
The sentencing will be December 16th. He's got 180 days to serve. Did y'all make any agreement with him? He wasn't going in today?
No, Your Honor. Mr. Stevenson told me he had the dental work. And I said, well, we need to put the plea off a month. And then the next thing I know, we're doing the plea because I knew if we did the plea today, he'd be going on into custody. So
Your Honor,
that may have been the miscommunication.
I understood that he would be going in as sentencing. And that's what I informed him.
Well, when I talked to you, I told you that, you know, if you didn't want to go into jail today, we'd have to put this plea off a month. So that's where the confusion came up, I guess.
That was I apologize. That was my misunderstanding. I was just going to ask the court to allow him to stay out a little longer to get that done.
What kind of dental work is it?
My teeth are loose from falling out. I'm gonna pull them and give me a part.
I mean, if you give me a statement that he has emergency dental procedures or that he has, if he doesn't have if it's going to take him into January sometime to get the procedures done, I don't know why we should put his jail time off until January. I mean, I'll let him out when he has the dental stuff to do. I don't understand the argument.
Your Honor, could we possibly put off his plea?
What does he have an appointment for the dental?
I do have an appointment.
When is your appointment?
I have an appointment this coming Monday to get it evaluated and then
So, no, you don't have an appointment.
Yes, I
mean,
do
you
have an
haven't been evaluated, so
No.
you want to get dental work done before you go in. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to tell you. You know, I mean, if he's got some kind of emergency dental procedure, then he needs to give you documentation, and I'm sure Mr. Stockton will agree to furlough him out to get that done. I don't want to interfere with his health, but the fact that he might go see a dentist on Monday that might tell him to do this some other time is not good enough for me. Okay? So you're in the custody of the jailer, and we'll let you out to go do any dental stuff. Okay. What about the,
Your Honor, I apologize.
he's in the custody of the jailer.
What was the
Okay,
date
now,
of that sentencing, Your Honor?
do what?
What was the date of the sentencing? Your
It
Honor?
is December the 16th.
Yes, Your Honor. That's the
Okay.
only matter I had, if I could be excused.
Absolutely. Now,
Thank
we
you.
have anybody else present here? That finished. Let's go back to Adair County. Commonwealth versus Abbott. Okay, we had your client. Moore, Commonwealth versus Moore. We were waiting her to get situated. Natalie Moore. Commonwealth versus Natalie Moore, 19 CR 0036. Are you Natalie Moore?
Yes,
Born in 1991.
yes, sir.
You're here today for sentencing. Do you understand that?
Yes,
Have you had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any reason, Mr. Smith, why she should not be sentenced today?
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
Okay, upon a plea of guilty to wanton endangerment first degree, you shall receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 3 years. The diversion is to be supervised. The defendant agrees to pay medical bills at the Cumberland County Hospital and EMS, but there's not an amount in there. That's already, it's already been paid. Defendant agrees to pay dental bills.
All that's been taken care of.
All that's been paid. Lost wages have been paid.
Yes, Your Honor.
Shall make payments to Jonathan Nethery in the amount of $125 per month. First payment due on August 15th, due 15th. Shall obtain gainful employment. 3 years pretrial diverted. The probation and parole folks will be over to meet you. And once that interview is done, I'll sign a release.
Your Honor, this is a sentence on a pretrial diversion that was revoked last month.
Oh, it was revoked.
Yes, Your Honor.
It just says sentencing then. So you'll be sent. I didn't have a document that said that. Actually, you'd be sentenced to 3 years. Okay. Thank you very much. Adair County, if you'll line up your male prisoners, I guess.
Judge, the grand jury's ready.
I'll give you a second to get set up. I'll go down and wait on the grand jury and I'll be right back up.
He must have had him a potty break.
Has today been insane or is it just me?
What's that?
Has today been insane or is it just me? Kind of a shell shock.
For this class C felony, $25. And you can make payments. Lord have mercy. Oh my God.
I got thick on the screen where everybody's talking. They like jumping all over the screen. Yeah, this is counting on.
Hey, bud.
So frustrated because at least I know this one is just all the cases and confirms. But it always left to my own to try to sort out the zone.
Well, we just flipped to go to Green Street for a minute. But it's called for you.
Somebody's gonna get out today. I done my drug court stuff and done it last week.
I thought you were making my record within. Taking the law for high speed check. Or, yeah.
That's what Bonnie was, she's left. She was the one that I worked with. So, and then she left and I got told that they was not.
Bring us some pop. Be popping over 60 days.
I've emailed them, the judge spoke with somebody over there was an agreement.
We're gonna get some rate today.
I don't know. It's been ready all morning. I don't know if I got anybody up. I mean, all day long.
We find out where. Yeah.
Let me find out
where.
I didn't want cigarettes.
I didn't buy cigarettes. Yeah. So it was Fayette in one county. I mean, that they told us, I got an email back and I sent the Zoom link that said, we have an available slot at 5 p.m. I'm like, no. I didn't think that the judge told us when they make defendants available.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, he was ready at 9 o'clock.
No worries. Yep, that's right. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, they can't want us to be involved in person. That's just bringing people in and out. I'll tell you what happened. You didn't do anything wrong. He signed them. I faxed them to the clerk's office and left. When I got back on, we had trials in Monroe County Monday and Tuesday. When I got back on Wednesday, I had fax failed. Apparently the fax machine Friday afternoon. Yeah. Well, that's, the clerk told me Wednesday that their fax had been out on Friday and they had no idea it was out. Just put it up.
And is it still there?
I was getting ready to panic. I'm looking at it. Yeah, JC couldn't get any of his out-of-state witnesses to answer subpoenas because of when it was. We were looking initially trying to find a junior orientation date for December. Right now, we literally have a date. And besides that, we have that between the two. Unless it's Friday. Yeah, I mean, it does, and we might as well have 4 because we have almost a full day. Because Judge Bates had to recuse from so many of the police chief. So we have.
He was on the show.
Because, you know, when he started, he didn't have to recuse from that, and he was had been practicing. And he agreed with Judge Bates to switch out. We got the writing. We got to see that. Yeah, they just so. And so, in the special judge for their county, and they just automatically clean this today. I didn't even know that was. Your case? Yeah. He sent me, the day attorney for the clerk sent me an offer yesterday at 3 o'clock. We could get there 2 cases, and of course, I think we were having seen this in anyone. I never even heard of it. Did you know you could? I did, I noticed it today. Is it me?
Okay, let's come back to order. Oh. Who we have there in Adair County? Is that Mr. Abbott?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Move back in order. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus James Andrew Abbott.
Your Honor, he's been assessed and voted into drug court. Mr. Murphy should be getting with Ms. Thompson for an orientation date to release him here soon.
Okay, as soon as the orientation date is scheduled, Mr. Abbott, I'll sign what time? They usually start at 9 for orientation, or what time do they usually start?
I don't know what time Mr. Murphy does. You know.
Well, I'll let you out the morning of the orientation. And I'll let you out. You live here, you live in Cumberland County, Mr. Abbott?
I live in Albany.
Albany, okay. Well, I'll let you out a couple of hours before that in case somebody can pick you up or whatever, and you can stop here and do the orientation. You go home and clean up and come back either one you want to, okay?
Okay, that'll work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Louis Arms.
Looks better than I've ever seen.
Commonwealth versus Louis Arms, 21 CR 0058, 21 CR 00137. You are Louis Arms. And Mr. Bell was here earlier in the day. And was this the one they agreed to put to go?
He's continuing his representation on the possession case, the older case, but he says he would not be representing Mr. Arms on the new burglary case, Your Honor.
Mr. Arms, will you need a public defender on that case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll appoint a public defender on 21 CR 00137. You're here for a purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with burglary in the 3rd degree. You understand that charge?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, do you acknowledge Mr. Arms' identity? Proceed the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now we have, and what did Mr. Bell say previously?
He's continuing his representation on the possession case, which is 21 CR
As
58.
far as the next date, was he
He
going?
can be here on December the 10th, and Ms.
We have-
Costello can too.
Both these cases here, the attorneys will be present with Mr. Arms on December the 10th. And the next court appearance is December the 16th. Thank you very much. Frederick Bishop. Frederick Bishop.
Yes, sir.
Versus Frederick Bishop, 21 CR 0030.
Yes, sir.
We're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Have you had the opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
Well, plead guilty to trafficking controlled substance, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 7 years, 7.5 years, 180 days in jail with a balance probated for 5 years. She'll pay court costs. What's the amount of court costs? How much? $215. I'll give him some time to pay that. You pay that at $40 a month, starting 30 days after your release. Has he got his 180 days in?
He has 155 days in, Your Honor.
Okay, that payment of court costs will start 30 days after the 180 days is finished, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Savannah Branham. Savannah Branham. Commonwealth versus Savannah Branham, 21 CR 00139. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You are Savannah Branham.
Yes, sir.
In 1993.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, your social security number 6915. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You have a right to remain silent. This was a direct submission. Do you have enough, do you have money to hire an attorney?
No, sir.
Okay, well, you're incarcerated. I will appoint the Office of Public Advocacy to represent you. The grand jury returned an indictment charging you with receiving stolen property, fleeing or evading, 2 counts, 1 on foot and 1 in car, wanton endangerment in the 1st degree, failure to maintain insurance on a motor vehicle, reckless driving, operating a motor vehicle with 1 headlight, being a persistent felony offender. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, December the 10th for negotiations, and the next court date is December the 16th, okay? Thank you very much. Commonwealth versus Paul Bricker. Paul Bricker.
That's the crosses that I'm standing in on.
Paul Bricker.
Sorry, Your Honor, we're in the process of bringing them up now.
Okay, now you got some lady on the line here. What's your name, ma'am? Somebody needs to push the microphone for her.
I think that's Tanya Burton, Your Honor.
Commonwealth versus Tanya Burton. Will somebody push Miss Burton's button there as far as the mic being muted? Commonwealth versus Tanya Burton, 21 CR 00113. Are you Tanya Burton?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1975.
Yes, sir.
The last four digits of your social security number.
5085.
Okay, I'm going to continue your appointment of the Office of Public Advocacy. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you in possession of controlled substance, first degree drug paraphernalia, operating under the influence, possession of marijuana, failure to maintain insurance, expired plates, and careless driving. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Counselor, you acknowledge receipt of indictment, identity, your client, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, next, there is a negotiation date of December the 10th, where this Burton will come and negotiate, and then the next court date is December the 16th. Okay?
Your Honor, if I could address her bond, Miss Burton is, and I've spoken previously to Mr. Stockton about this. She lives in Tennessee, so she can't fulfill the court's requirements for a surety bond, but her family does have $500 cash that they could post for her if the court would consider that. Miss Burton was very communicative before she was indicted. She called the clerk's office to make sure she didn't, and she turned herself in the warrant the day that she found out about it.
What do you say, Mr. Stockton?
Have no objection as long as she executes a waiver of extradition.
Okay. She has to do that in open court. Waiver of extradition has to be signed in open court. Can you send her one up there? Fax one up there and fill it out before we fax it, so. Okay, I'll make it a $5,000, 10% bond.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Paul Bricker, is that you, Paul?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Commonwealth versus Paul Bricker, 21 CR 00148. Mr. Bricker, your year of birth,
1985,
last four digits of your social security number.
1839.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent, sir. Your attorney, Mr. Coleman Hurt, is here. The grand jury of Cumberland County has charged you with possession of a handgun by a convicted felon, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, endangerment in the first degree, and assault in the fourth degree.
Judge, we would enter a plea of not guilty on their behalf.
You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
I do, Judge.
We have a negotiation day here on December the 10th, and the next court date for him is December the 16th.
And Judge, Mr. Cross is his ongoing attorney. I'm just standing in for him this morning. I'll deliver this paperwork to him.
Mr. Hurt standing in for Mr. Cross, who had to go to a funeral.
He asked if we could address bond this morning.
Mr. Cross can contact the Commonwealth Attorney's Office and see if they can reach any agreement on a bond reduction.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Your attorney wanted to talk about bond, but you only have a right to one bond reduction. And since he's not here, I'm going to let him directly contact the Commonwealth Attorney so you don't burn that one up. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Shane Capps. Commonwealth versus Shane Capps, 20 CR 0032. Are you Shane Capps?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1990?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number 3624.
Yes, sir.
We're here today on a motion to revoke probation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, his probation in the Cumberland County and Clinton County cases were revoked, the last Clinton County. motion day.
Oh,
We'll just enter the appropriate order here then, okay?
Yeah, it should be.
Okay. Bruce Cole.
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor. This is Kevin Crosland here on his behalf.
Yeah, Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Bruce Cove, 21 CR 0012. We're here today on a pretrial conference or a motion to reduce bond. Which one are we here on, both?
Your Honor, I subpoenaed the victim here today. I had been having trouble contacting him. So I made a reduced offer to Mr. Crosland, I think through Mr. Carter. And if that's not acceptable, I don't know what, I guess we'll need a trial date.
Your Honor, that is correct. Mr. Carter is, I corresponded with him. He's supposed to get me that in writing so that I can convey that to Mr. Coe and explain that to him. I don't think that we'll have any trouble coming to a resolution. I think we're very close. So if we
I'll
can
do a negotiate, have him appear to negotiation on the 10th, and the next court date's December 16th, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
How can I get a bond? Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Buddy Dyer. Are you Buddy Dyer?
Yes, sir.
This is 21 CR 00135. We're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Your attorney was DPA and they're still here. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with assault third-degree police officer, assault third-degree police officer, criminal trespass, public intoxication, possession of controlled substance, drug paraphernalia, resisting arrest, and being a PFO, 2 counts. Do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, interplea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll set a negotiation date on December 10th and the next trial date, the next court date on December the 16th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Sonia Gross. Russell County, I see you on there. We'll be with you in just a second, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Commonwealth versus Sonia Gross, 21 CR 0076. Are you Sonia Gross?
Yes, sir.
Megan, could you turn, Russell County, could you turn your camera off just for a second? I'll call you. Okay, thank you. We're here for a pretrial conference on 21 CR 00676 on Sonia Gross.
We have an agreement, Your Honor.
Is it a felony plea or a pretrial?
Diversion.
Motion has been tendered, ma'am, that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in 21 CR 0076? Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you had plenty of time to review this matter with your attorney? You feel like you're fully informed about your case, and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution, and before I accept a plea from you, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. The right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, and the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose. You have the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Understand that by entering guilty plea today, give up those rights. And
Yes.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. Now, I understand that the offer is a pretrial diversion. Is that correct? Okay, have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years? Ma'am, have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years? You gotta speak up.
No, sorry. No, sir.
Have you had any felonies in the past 10 years, or are you currently on probation?
No, no, sir.
You understand if you complete the pretrial diversion, the charges will be dismissed, pretrial diverted, and you'll have an opportunity to get your record expunged. You understand if you do not complete the diversion, you'll be called back in the court, the pre-sentence investigation report will be done, you'll be sentenced to be a convicted felon then. And that could be used against you under persistent felony offender law to enhance any sentences in the future. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Okay.
Okay, is that your signature? She's presented a signature here. Did you sign that document?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll enter the agreement. Probation and parole will be up to meet with you. When can you all meet with her?
I can meet with her tomorrow,
If I let you out today, where do you want her to go?
the Columbia office.
If I let you out today, will you be at the Columbia office in the morning by 9?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and sign the order letting you out today. Okay?
She had a 30-day alternative sentence that she sent served.
She has served it already?
Yes, Your Honor.
You've already served your 30 days, so I'll let you out today and you come to the probation parole in the morning. It's not a good way to start if you don't come there clean. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jamie Hoffman.
Okay, hold on.
It's a plea.
I'm well versed in Jamie Lee Hoffman. Are you Jamie Lee Hoffman?
Sir.
You born in 1983?
Hello. Hey, Tony, it's me, Linda.
You need to turn the mic off at Russell County, please. At Russell County, you need to turn the mic off. Were you born? You need to turn the camera off at Adair County Regional. Turn the camera off at Adair County Regional. Okay. You born in 1983?
Yes, sir.
What are the last 4 digits of your social security number?
5774.
So you're here today for a pretrial conference. Y'all have an agreement in this case?
We do, Your Honor.
Is it a diversion or a felony agreement?
Felony
Felony.
agreement.
Okay. A motion has been tendered, Ms. Hoffman. It says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol.
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily done?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0082?
Yes.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney and you feel like you're fully advised?
Sir.
Are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept your plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify. No one can make you say anything, right to be trial by jury, but right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
When you're guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider this Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I'll have a pre-sentence investigation board done by probation parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you will have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Mr. Stockton, what is the offer of the Commonwealth?
Your Honor, she will plead guilty to receiving stolen property over $500, receive a sentence of 5 years. She'll also plead guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree, receive a sentence of 3 years. They will run consecutively for a total of 8 years. The Commonwealth will agree to shock probation after the defendant has served 180 days. but she has to cooperate and testify truthfully against co-defendant Anthony Gilbert. She will receive credit from time served for August 16th, 2021. Pay court costs at discretion of the court. Obtain and maintain gainful employment once she's released, and all evidence in this case will be destroyed.
What you agreed to?
Yes, yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty and for no other reason?
Yes, sir.
You understand that by entering a plea like this, you to felony, any future felony convictions could be enhanced under persistent felony offender law.
Yes, sir.
Okay, your attorney has a document here that has your proposed signature on it. Did you indeed sign that?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept the proposal, have a pre-sentence investigation done by probation and parole, and have sentencing done on December 16th. Now, I'm going to go to Russell County because they just got one person there. So Russell County, turn your camera and microphone back on, and then we'll finish up at Adair County right after that. Okay, Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Barbara Johnson, 21 CR 0024. Are you Barbara Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Are you born in 1990?
Yes, sir.
Digits of your social security number are 7842. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Here today for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation for done by probation and parole?
Yes.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes.
Is there any reason why this lady should not be sentenced, counselor?
No, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilty, possession of controlled substance, first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years probated and 5 years supervised. She'll be reserved as social service clinician. Following any and all recommendations, she received credit for time served, paid full cost in the amount of $295, and that's payable $40 a month. First payment being done 30 days after you're released from jail. Defendant shall seek gainful employment, and all of the paraphernalia and other contraband will be destroyed. Does she have any? She's in jail for
Barron County.
Barron County charge. So we'll have probation and parole do an interview with you, and then I'll have the public defender's office to coordinate to see how the Barron County thing comes. So you might just have one trial situation. Okay. Thank you for your cooperation, Russell County.
Thank you, sir.
Now we're back to Kenny Ray Huddleston. Kenny Ray Huddleston. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Kenny Ray Huddleston, 18 CR 0016. Kenny Ray Huddleston.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here on a motion to revoke probation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, this is a 3-year sentence on possession of controlled substance, and the violation is absconding. And if he doesn't want to stipulate, I'll need to call Mr. Garner. Last contact looks like was around 9/6 of 2019, and Tennessee never could contact him. That it's a referral from Tennessee.
Your Honor, I think we do need to have a hearing on part of this because Mr. Huddleston was reporting for a portion of that.
Well, a portion of it doesn't get it done. So you would call the officer.
Yeah, I'd call Mr. Garner.
All right, come around. Counselor, you need to move to your left.
Sorry.
Officer, you raise your right hand, please. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay, state your full name and whom you're employed.
Officer Jeremy Gardner, probation and parole.
You may proceed, Mr. Stockton.
Officer Garner, was Mr. Huddleston being supervised by the state of Tennessee through ICOTS?
Yes, I transferred him through ICOS to Tennessee on 9/6/19.
Okay. And at some point in time, did Tennessee request that he be revoked because he would not contact them?
Yes, Tennessee reported.
Go ahead.
Tennessee reported to me that on 6/16/21 and 6/23/21, they conducted home visits. On both occasions, they left a door hanger with instructions to contact his officer there. They made multiple phone calls, and the cell phones that they called were out of service multiple times. 2 calls were made after hours in an attempt to reach the offender, and a clear report was ran on 8/9/21, and all numbers listed were called with no result. He
Okay.
provided an address for Salina, Tennessee, and it said that it was for sale.
Okay. I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
So that, to your knowledge, Mr. Huddleston was reporting with no problems prior to June 16th of 2021, correct?
Tennessee has not reported to me the continuity of his reporting other than his failed to make contact those days.
Okay. Nothing further for this officer.
No other question. No other questions, Your Honor.
Have any witnesses?
I would like to call my client, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, raise your right hand, please, Ms. Huddleston. Swear testimony about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Sir.
Okay, you may inquire.
Mr. Huddleston, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you explain to the court what happened on June 16th of 2021?
I was living with my girlfriend and her mama, and her mama had sold the house at 252 Ashlock Road. And so we had to move to my girlfriend's trailer, which is like a quarter mile out the road at 1374 Ashlock Road. And that's where I was staying at. And my parole officer gave me permission to be out there because I got 4 horses out there.
Okay. So were you reporting to your Tennessee probation officer?
The last time I talked to him was around June or July
Of what year?
2021.
If this court were to release you, where would you be living?
I'm going to be staying with my grandmother in Burkesville, 202 Oakland Street, Burkesville, Kentucky.
And do you have any prospect of employment?
And not as of right now.
Would you be looking for a job if you were released?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you previously worked with horses, is that correct?
Yeah.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Would you like to inquire, Mr. Stockton?
Yeah, I have a few questions. Mr. Huddleston, what is this 1366 Fire Hall Road, Salina, Tennessee address?
My grandmother owns that, but it's like right on the state line. That's where I was raised at.
Okay, is that the address you gave the officers in Tennessee where you'd be living?
No, the address they had was 252 Ashlock Road.
Okay. And what about the cell numbers? Had you given them phone numbers?
They had my cell phone number, but I'm thinking that cell phone may have got broke.
Let me ask you, how old are you, Mr. Huddleston?
31.
And what do you do for a living?
I worked at Sealback in 19, but I'm type 1 diabetic and I couldn't hold the job because of my blood sugar.
So you've not worked since 19?
It was 19 and 20.
Okay. And do you have your diabetes under control where you can work now?
Yeah, I got insulin. Yeah, I got my insulin pump and all that stuff straightened out.
Okay. Have you considered where you'd work if you got out?
I was told to try with ANC Communications.
Okay. I have nothing further on.
Do you have any other witnesses?
No other witnesses, Your Honor.
Would you like to be heard?
I would, Your Honor. We would ask the court to sanction Mr. Huddleston. It does appear that he lost contact with his probation officer after June or July of 2021. Prior to that, he was reporting there's no indication or evidence that he wasn't reporting prior to that time. He's now been in a little over a month, Your Honor. We would just ask the court to, he has a local address where he would be living in Kentucky. There would be no need to transfer to Tennessee. We would just ask the court to consider giving him a second chance at this time.
What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, I'm at a disadvantage on these cases because I don't have the Tennessee officers here. But if the court does decide to sanction him, I'd ask that he be required to stay here because we could transfer him back down there, and that he be required to get a job and work and contribute to society.
What was his sentence?
It's 3 years on a possession case, Your Honor.
How long has he been in jail?
Since the beginning of October, I believe, Your Honor. I don't know the exact date, though. Could have been the middle of October. I don't want to tell the court wrong. That's when we had the court last. I think he was picked up before the court date. Is that the?
When?
22nd of October.
October 22nd. Well, I'm gonna let you out on on November. Listen to me. On November 23rd. Make it up November 24th. That's the day before Thanksgiving. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Those days will be sanctioned. The first thing, when you get out that morning, the day before Thanksgiving, I want you to go to probation and parole office up in Adair County at 9 o'clock. Meet with them, and you need to follow their directions under supervision. You need to stay here in Cumberland County, give them a Cumberland County address, and have you, between now and then, you need to get you a job lined up. They're hiring everywhere here. Signs everywhere. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jonathan Keith Owens. Commonwealth versus Jonathan Keith Owens, 17 CR 0014. And 20 CR 0009.
Judge, I represent Mr. Owens. There will be a stipulation. I would like to take some brief testimony from Officer Garner if I could, and then make a brief
Well,
argument.
Mr. Hurt, we just indicted him today on DUI 4th. Would you want to set up a negotiation today to see if we can wrap both of them up? I'll go ahead and stipulate.
Okay, what we'll do is we have him come on December 10th, Mr. Stockton, for negotiation.
Yes.
December 10th, and the next court date is December the 16th. Thomas Pennington, Thomas Jr. Pennington. Are you Thomas Jr. Pennington?
Yes.
Okay, you have two cases here, 21 CR 00100 and 21 CR 00107. You're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes.
On plea of guilty to burglary 3rd degree, you shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years, supervised. You shall enter and complete the drug court. What do the court costs? $210, I'll allow you to pay that $30 a month, 30 days after your release. Now, what's the progress as far as him in the drug court?
He was accepted today, Your Honor.
Okay, and when will he be oriented? I will let you out of court out of jail the morning that you are scheduled for orientation by the drug court. Now, that shouldn't be very long. Do you have a residence here in Cumberland County?
Yes.
Well, what I'll do is I'll probably let you out a couple of hours before the orientation so you can go home and clean up and stuff if you want to, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Andy Stuber.
That's all right.
And Jonathan Stuber.
So I guess we did that.
She's about to be seated, Your Honor. Right here.
Okay, we have the two cases, Commonwealth versus Candy Stuber, 21 CR 00131, and Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Jonathan Stuber, 21 CR 00130. What do you have on these two cases?
Your Honor, they have an arraignment on the trafficking cases, and I have a motion to revoke their bond. I guess will be coming up in Clinton County because they've got new felons.
Okay, I'm going to arraign both of you there. Your spouses first. Candy Stuber, you have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County returned an indictment charging with traffic controlled substance first degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, operating motor vehicle under the influence, and safety glass required in motor vehicle. You acknowledge Ms. Stuber's identity, receipt, indictment, waive formal reading, arraignment, enter plea not guilty.
Yes, Your Honor.
As far as Jonathan Stuber, 21 CR 00130. Grand jury, Cumberland County has returned indictment charging you with traffic controlled substance in the first degree. Possession of controlled substance, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of controlled substance not in the original container. Being a persistent felony offender. You understand those charges? Mr. Stuber, you understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, you acknowledge or receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment. You're pleading not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. Now,
Yes, Your Honor.
these cases are two separate indictments. Are they the same occurrence or you handle them separately, Mr. Stockton?
They're the same occurrence, Your Honor.
Okay, well, you'll have to see if you need conflict. If you need conflict, counsel will have the conflict now. Counsel appear with the Stubers on December 10th for negotiation and December 16th, the next court date. Okay. Raven Willis. Raven Willis.
They're not going to.
What about,
Raven Willis.
I'm in sense, man. We're just talking money.
She's on her way, Judge, about 10 seconds, sir.
Okay, and then you got Timothy Ray's next. Are those the last two we have in the Dare County? Yeah, we got Tanya Burke.
I heard that going through and I heard the facts going through.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Timothy Ray. Are you Timothy Ray?
Sir.
It's 21 CR 0041. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. Your attorney is here. You're charged with theft, unlawful taking or disposition over $10,000. The attorney is here. Counselor, you acknowledge your seat of indictment, the identity of your client, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, there are 4 individuals charged in these allegations, and all 4 of them are scheduled to appear on December 10th for negotiations in December 16th for the next court appearance. Office of Public Advocacy shall interview these individuals to see if you need to have conflict counsel. It could very well be, Mr. Ray, that the other three individuals that are charged along with you on this will need separate lawyers from you. You understand that? So they'll interview and you'll be here for a pretrial on the 10th and the next court appearance on the 16th.
Your Honor, would the court consider reducing his surety bond at this time?
No. You can schedule a hearing if you want. Now we have Raven Willis, Commonwealth versus Raven Willis. 21 CR 0061. Are you Raven Willis? Miss Willis, what's your year of birth?
1991,
Or the last four digits of your social security number?
8224.
Okay, you're here today on a pretrial conference.
Your Honor, she was held in Fayette County and they wouldn't let me, well, they wouldn't answer the phone and I couldn't talk to Miss
So you want
Willis.
a pretrial on negotiation day on December the 10th and the next court day on December 16th.
Yes. And Your Honor, on Miss Willis, Mr. Stockton and I had talked a couple of weeks ago and sent a proposed order reinstating her bond. She had missed her last court date and did not provide at that time a
Well,
COVID test, but she has provided.
Since something's happened in Fayette County that I don't know about, and I don't know whether Mr. Stockton knows about what happened in Fayette County, y'all get together and I'll look what y'all can agree to as far as conditions I'll consider. Is there anybody else in Adair County? Y'all have anybody else for us up there, Adair?
I believe I have Mr. Jamie Staten.
See, he's not on the docket, is he?
He was.
He
part
was
of
on
the
December
suppression.
16th.
He was part of David Cross's suppression group.
And you know, Your Honor, Mr. Cross filed that on Mr. Arms and neither of the co-defendants joined in that. So I think it's just Mr. Arms' motion. At least I've not gotten anything from Mr. Staten or Mr. North.
What do we have on Mr. Staten?
Mr. Garrett represents him, Your Honor.
Yeah. And I've made an offer to resolve all Mr. Staten's cases, but I've never heard back from Mr. Garrett.
Garrett called a motion to join in on the suppression hearing this morning.
Mr. Garrett has filed a motion this morning to join in on the suppression hearing.
Okay. Well, that's the reason I hadn't seen it, I guess.
Okay, so we have a suppression hearing. How many people in Adair County are in the suppression hearing? Okay, we'll move to that. Need to get Mr. Staten on the line here. And who's the other defendant that's involved in this? Joseph Arms. And is this Jared Norris? Is that a different case?
No, I represent Mr. Norris.
Same case, right?
Yes, but we're not joining it at this time on the motion.
Okay, so we don't need Mr. Norris.
No, the court previously let him go and he's serving on the 16th.
Where's Mr. Garrett?
I think he was under the belief that this case passed earlier when it's called. I know that it was called, Mr. Cross was here.
So Mr. Staten and Mr. Arms and Mr. Norris were all continued to December 16th. Is that correct? For suppression hearing? Well, any counsel that needs to participate in that should give timely notice to the state. So I don't think we have anything else in Adair County.
Just Ms. Burton.
Wait a second.
Tanya Burton.
Tanya Burton. Did Miss Burton sign the waiver of extradition up there at Adair County?
I'm not sure. Let me find out.
Yeah.
Now, the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, we all go very carefully over the dockets on all the counties and here and everybody and see if there's anybody that we've.
Was Miss Robideau, was she arraigned?
No, we have to bring her back out.
We have to bring her back out, Miss Robidoux.
Okay. That's the only one I couldn't see that we finished. And then Michael Vilbert, I thought was on for a motion to revoke shock. Has that been removed?
It's noticed for next month.
It's noticed for next month, is what they said.
Okay.
To remind him, he had me refile the motion.
What?
He had me refile he had me to amend the motion to revoke, and I couldn't put it on today because it was past time.
Well, I don't care to hear it next month. His wife passed away, but I want to hear it next month.
Okay, what do we have? So we have Mr. Robideau and who else?
Ms. Burton.
Well, let's call Mr. Burton first.
Well, they're checking on her waiver of
Yeah,
extradition.
on the waiver of extradition.
So we just need to bring this lady out.
Okay, let's beat Miss Tanya Robideau out.
She one of these that just
Amanda Wood. Amanda Wood.
She entered a plea.
need anything.
Commonwealth versus Tanya L. Robideau, 21 CR 00134. Are you Tanya Robideau?
Yes, sir.
Here today for the purpose of arraignment. Office of Public Advocacy representing you. Have a right to remain silent. If there's anything that you don't understand, step away from the podium and ask your attorney. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance of first degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of marijuana. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client? Wait formal reading of the arraignment. Acknowledge receipt of the indictment. Interplead not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's have her here on December the 10th, the negotiation, December 16th for next court appearance. She can continue on her same bond. Yeah. 15,000 surety. Has anybody made that bond yet? What was their bond in district court?
Yes, the title.
Just administrator.
Well, you need to get somebody, if you got somebody who can sign a bond that's worth
No,
15.
man, will.
Do what?
My husband will.
Okay, where is he today?
He should be in the parking lot if he ain't left already, thinking that I went to
Well-
jail. I do. I live in Tennessee.
Your Honor, I will tell you, she appeared in district court and never had a problem and has maintained good
Let her
contact.
sign a waiver of extradition. Your husband got $500 on him?
He might have two something, but not 500. I don't think he has 500 on him. We have a truck that we can put up too.
No, I'm not going to take your truck or
Okay.
anything yet. I'm going to give you a 15. Put a $2,000 cash bond on it, 10%. So he's got to have him go downstairs. Don't transport it. Okay, we're not going to take you up to the Dare County Jail. If he'll come in, sign a bond, put up 200, she needs to sign a waiver of extradition here in open court. Which means that you'll come back without a fight. Stay out of the state of Kentucky. That's your curfew, okay? Yeah, as they used to say in Monroe County, if you get out and gomming around, don't do it up here.
You won't see me in there.
Well, except for court appearances.
Yeah, I mean, for court. I'll be here for court, but
It was
yeah,
wrong- it
you know
was
what I
wrong
mean.
statement.
I'll be here for court.
What kind of vehicle is your husband?
He's in a Pontiac G6, a silver Pontiac G6. If he's not out there, somebody can call him.
Well, Why don't you get him on the phone, counselor, and explain he needs to go downstairs. If he got $150, he can put it there, sign it. And, take this lady back to the orange country. Is there anybody else that we have on the docket? Is it Dare County, is Miss Burton signed her waiver of extradition
I
yet?
just got a message saying that they didn't receive it.
We'll refax it up there. And as soon as we receive her waiver of extradition, the rest of her bond will be in effect, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there anybody else to be heard on the criminal court docket? Russell County, y'all are still on there. Do you have somebody for us? Dare County, we've got that waiver of extradition from Miss Burton. Do you have anybody besides that? Okay, well, we're in recess until the civil docket starts at 1:15. 1 o'clock. We're in recess till 1 o'clock. Mr. Stockton back in the back room.
Thank you, Jerry, right, Judge.
No, it's the courts, because I was going to say, you need a better one. No, I have to have this one, then I have to put mine.
Mr. Hurd, you want to go back to my chambers? I will be
I don't think I got nothing on it.
You don't, 'cause
Okay.
we only have one civil case.
Okay.
So I'm sure-
I'm always paranoid in the circuit that I forgot something.
For some reason, we have Bethany and Pat Thomas and Wanda Why. So you're welcome to stay for that one. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, I think so.
Yes, I know. She's takes money. See ya.
I'll change.
I can't hear. I can't hear. Judge Williams is on the bench and I can't hear a word.
We hadn't called your cases yet, Teresa. We didn't have your microphone on. Okay, we good. You don't not want to jump in front of Lindsay Bell here, are you?
I would let her go first any day.
Well, I know you would, but I have to protect you. You're so fragile. So have you got all the information and agreed order on that?
I think so. We're doing an order here.
Okay. Next case is Barn Gardner versus Daniel Marion.
This is, I guess, Mr. Barngrover. We're asking that child support be set in the amount of $302 per month, beginning November the 1st.
You want to say anything?
I really don't know what to say. I don't know why. I really don't have my kids since their mother's in prison and I don't know why.
Well, somebody's got to raise the kids. Just because the mother's in prison, doesn't mean you don't have an obligation.
I'm their biological father.
Well, you need to get a lawyer in file for custody if you think that you're entitled to custody.
I tried that, but they made false accusations.
Well, see, the problem is, what I'm telling you is I'm limited here just to the child support. If you get the other issues in front of me, we can take a look at those. You've got every right to do that, okay? Yeah, I'll enter an order 300 and what?
I got the order, Judge, if I could approach.
You, Is your correct mailing address 27137 State Road 244, Rushville, Indiana?
Yes, you are.
Okay, well, let's make him a copy. Stamp that. We'll get you a copy so you won't have to have it mailed to you. That sort of thing. Is there anything else?
Yeah, that's all I've
Now,
got.
what they'll probably do is you'll need to make arrangements. You do a uniform reciprocal thing. They'll probably make arrangements with Indiana to collect that from you.
I don't under,
Okay, a child support order from here will be sent to Indiana. Okay, I guess you could make arrangements to pay it here if you were paying it regularly, but if you don't pay it, they'll send the order from here, and the Indiana child support people will collect it from you from up there. Okay, now, if you fail to pay it, how much is it now?
2,500 or 6 months without a payment, I think.
Is a felony now? So they could indict you after you get $2,500 behind or 6 months, and they could arrest you up there and bring you back down here. But as long as you pay it, you'll be fine. So what would you advise him do, Mr. Bell, as far as the payments on it? Just wait till they contact him or start paying it
Probably,
here? Or-
Go to, you know where the child support office is where you live?
it would be hard to find.
Find it, go in and tell them you want to start making payments there.
Yeah, and you can give them a copy of this order. That's the reason I wanted to.
Okay.
Because if you don't, like I said, I've got to do a warrant, put you in jail.
All right.
Here you go, sir. Okay. Okay, does that conclude the docket for you? Okay, let's go to the Adair County Child Support docket. Take you out of order here.
No, I don't believe I did. What is your number?
761.
Supposed to start in 8 minutes. Tanya Ray Keith versus Michael Lee Keith.
Thank you.
I can't hear you, Miss.
Oh, you can't? Okay.
Yeah, I can now. Put it back on now. You got it off now.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
02 CI 00251. Keith versus Keith.
Your Honor, we're requesting an order to show cause for Mr. Keith to have $250 paid by January 27th, 2022.
Okay. Did you send a copy of that order down here for us to do, for us to sign?
Yes, sir, we will.
Okay, that'll be fine. Next case you got is Dean versus Sparks, 12 CI 00224.
We are asking for an order to show cause for Mr. Sparks to have $525 paid by January 26th. And if not, for him to appear on January 27th at 1:30. Mr. Sparks is currently incarcerated, but we believe he'll be out before then.
Okay, how long has he been incarcerated?
I think yesterday,
Over this or something else?
something else. It was a Adair district where he didn't do some treatment he was supposed to do.
Okay. Okay, we'll send the order down.
Thank you.
Okay, and then Sparks versus Schwartz.
Okay, and this is on Megan Schwartz. We had an order to show cause for her to have $492.50 paid by. She did not do that. The last employment we had for her was in September, and the last wage payment or payment we got was for $50.08 on September the 13th.
You hit your microphone by mistake again.
Can you hear me now?
Can.
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't touch anything. I don't know what happened. I'm sorry, Your Honor. And she owes $4,607.56. Her obligation is $197 plus an arrearage payment of $49.25. We're asking for a bench warrant because she hasn't paid a full payment since.
Well, 90 days purged by paying how much?
you want to say 600?
Be fine.
Okay, and I will
Last-
I'll get you an
last-
order on those.
How about Nicholas Watson versus Stephanie McLean? You have anything on that? Your microphone's off again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Nicholas Watson versus Stephanie McLean.
That's continued to January the 27th to review for payment.
Okay, if you'll send me an order on that.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Have a great day. Thank you.
You too.
Let's
Bye-bye.
go to the civil docket. Justin Wright versus Kendra Scott Wright.
Your Honor, this is our motion. I represent Justin Wright. It's our motion for the court to adopt the recommended findings in order of the Cumberland County Domestic Relations Commissioner.
There haven't been any exceptions filed.
Well, I don't think that there's been any appropriate. There was something filed on 10/9/21. It's labeled exceptions, but it's based on a motion for an enlargement of time that had been filed after the DRC recommended order was entered, or after the hearing and prior to the entry of the order.
Does Ms. Stanziano represent Kendra Scott Wright any longer?
Yes, Your Honor. She has been her counsel, and she filed these motions and exceptions and all these documents. She didn't actually put a certificate of service. We found them on CourtNet. Obviously, they were set for today. The document I have doesn't even have a notice of hearing, I don't think. They're very confusing documents. Although it's labeled exceptions, it's not actually exceptions per se.
I see that it says respondent Kendra Scott Wright's exception in motion for evidentiary hearing on exceptions. It says comes a respondent by to her counsel
Dale, he all the time. They just-
Who's that?
Dale Cross.
Oh, yeah.
He just threatens to kill everybody all the time, and now that he's pulled a gun with Scott, and Scott didn't do anything really about it, he don't think he can get away with it anybody.
Well,
Any other officer you point a gun at or come out with a knife or anything, he's gonna put down.
well, I encourage Scott. I know you don't want to kill anybody, Scott, but if that guy points a gun, I don't want to have all these blue lights lined up here with 50-something cars to take him back out there to Carver to bury him. You know what I mean? You got to figure that somebody like that, when they pull a gun on you, they got to go down. Now, that's just the way I look at it. So,
I wanna go home with it in my shift.
that's right.
But can't.
Or be paralyzed the rest of your life. You know what I mean? So,
Either. There's no good outcome.
no, there isn't.
For his mom to be that afraid of it, something just goes bad.
Well, he put her out in the middle of the night.
He, before his daddy committed suicide, allegedly, that was we'll get on that case. But I worked a big assault case, elderly abuse case on daddy. But he beat his daddy half to death. I put his phone cable, took his keys, and locked him in the house. Then he called the welfare check in 4 or 5 days later, I go out there and he's like, his floor still beat halfway to death. And then the bill didn't want to do anything because his daddy said he didn't want to press charges on his son. At the end of it. 3 weeks later, his daddy kills himself.
Please.
Bless. That was a whole big mess up on that too. Investigation. That was a shit show.
Well, y'all be careful. This man, you help me pack it up. Look, you done tore my damn thing.
I think his shirt got caught in it earlier. It's all messed up.